Fair. To turn off the useless things. Alrighty, test. Everything seems to be in order. Stream has been announced. Everything is Gucci. Probably nobody gonna show up though because Shanna is streaming and she's awesome. Let me just check. Is everything working? Okay. A lot of people were streaming today. Like earlier in the morning, there were so many people streaming, I didn't know who to watch. And even then, I managed to find new streamers to follow. As usual, we're just gonna wait a little until the intro ads passes by. And I once again am reminded that I should probably create a starting soon screen or something like that. It's not even that there's gonna be like a lot of people coming in and waiting, it's just that sometimes we have quiet days like this, where nobody's coming in so early, and we're gonna have to be waiting until the ads anyway, so... I know, just would make things seem more legit, I guess is the word. You know what? Fuck it, let's just get into it. I mean... Oh, Cycle 77, damn. Are you citizening sleeper? Hello, Reedy. I am sleeping the citizens, indeed. Indeed, that is what I'm doing. Congrats on being the first one here, actually. That doesn't usually happen. Everybody's off watching more successful streamers than me. That's how Fridays usually go. It is Friday, right? Check. Yup, it's Friday. The beginning of the weekend. Hallelujah. Cycle 77, nice. Yes, indeed. Bigus indeedus. Ads should start soon, so I hope you have an ad block. I'm just getting ready for work. Sucker, I just got back from work. Wait, what kind of work do you have that gets you ready now? You got a night shift or something? Also, I can't imagine working in the afternoon. For me, it's morning or nothing. Oh, yep, there's the ads. And double checking if I packed everything for tomorrow's photo shoot. Oh, you're going for a photo shoot? Best. Ah, night shift. Okay. I hate morning shifts, afternoon, or night shifts any day. Well, the thing is that I don't like having my fun before work. I like to like start my day with the stuff I don't want to do, so that I can be done with it as soon as possible, and then I have the rest of the day just for me, you know, until I go to sleep. If I have like if like I'm one of those people where if I have something to do on a certain day, I cannot have fun until that thing is done. And that is why I hate it when it's scheduled for like the afternoon, because then the whole day I'm just like thinking about that thing that I have to do. I just can't enjoy myself because well, I can't like it's only 5 hours away. I can't do anything of importance in those 5 hours. I have to get ready, but I'm already ready. So what am I gonna do? So yeah, I hate plans for the evening. Yeah, I end shift at 4 a.m. and go take photos at 5 a.m. Oh, that is one way of doing things. At a photo shoot at 5 a.m.? Jeepers. Huh. We want to catch the morning sun. Oh, so it is actually about the time of day. I figured that's just when y'all are when y'all are free. The sun, the deadly laser. I suppose that in the morning the sun isn't as hot as it is usually. You know, yesterday was freaking crazy weather. Or was it yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday, right? There was literally a freaking sleet storm out of nowhere. We had hot as weather, absolutely like blazing hot summer sun, absolutely horrible. And when it came time for me, you know, to finish up work and go home, I noticed, oh, it's cloudy. Maybe it'll be finally a little bit of a breeze, a little bit of a break from the scorching sun. I reach the door, and suddenly this extreme downpour of rain goes, and I just see freaking ice cubes the size of my fingers all over the ground. Like, how the hell does a sleet storm, of all things, happen in the middle of summer? On a hot summer's day? Like, what's up with that? Brother. How is it that sleet storms don't actually happen in winter? When things are actually cold? In winter we get oh sweet little snowflakes. In summer we get literal ice shards raining from the sky. Yeah, I wanted to go horse riding, and just as we got the horses down to get them ready, it started raining. Fuck me. It's so freaking. I hate summer. I hate summer so much. Every day that you need it to be normal, it's the sunniest sun that has ever sunned. You are just being disintegrated in the sunshine. And when you actually wanna do something outside, well, tough luck. There's suddenly a rainstorm happening out of freaking nowhere. Sleet storm, all things. Oh, and yesterday, it didn't rain yesterday, but we had lightning and thunder. Insane. Like, I was on a call with a friend who lives in, like, the other part of the country, and, like, I had a huge, like, very loud thunder near me. I was like, holy shit, guys, did you guys hear that through the microphone? They didn't, but the friend who lived, like, on the other side of the country said that there was, like, thunder on his end at the exact same time. So my microphone didn't pick it up, but the thunder was so loud we heard it across the country. So yeah, that is fun. And today it's hot again. Like, fuck me, I guess. Let's go to the actual game. Right, I'm doing the post-game content, which is the flotilla. Right, chapter 1 was Refuge, chapter 2 is Flux, chapter 3, I forgot what chapter 3 is, but it was something scary, so... yeah, not fun. Either way, I'm gonna need to... I need some food first. Then I'm gonna take a nap. Oh, we got a clanker. Clanker eliminated. I love night shifts because I can have the afternoon to relax and go outside once it's not boiling hot outside. I mean, having a shift during the heat would also suck if you didn't have a nice cool office to work in. Wink. I only have to really deal with the heat when I'm like going for lunch break or for a while after work, which isn't even that long. I can get to my room and I can just crunch on some ice cubes, I guess. Like right now, the weather is actually pretty... well, it's still a little bit too warm, but I am not dying like other days. I work in the kitchen, so guess how hot it is there these days. Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, there you're gonna need every advantage you can get to combat the heat. Alright, I need to take another nap. Hold on, come here, me. You work in the chimkin. Okay, those are some... well, they could have gotten better rolls, but oh well. Bloodworm seed. Right, gotta wait 3 cycles for Peak to finish whatever she's doing. Whatever they're doing. And they want spores. Spore. I'm gonna help these guys. Yourself useful. Okay, what do they want here? Pilgrim seed supply, pilgrim seed support. Intuition. Aki Warren. Oh, right. Already read that last time. Aki, now I can talk to her again. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too. Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures to the dust house. What the dust houses need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Into the dust house? Yeah, let's be polite. I'd love to. By the way, forgot to ask, what is this game about? If you've ever played Disco Elysium, this is pretty much just Disco Elysium but in space. you're a sleeper, which is basically somebody who was once a person, but they took a scan of your brain and put it into a robot, and your real body is like sleeping somewhere in a cryogenic chamber, and the company basically owns you. And we have escaped our corporate overlords, and now we are trying to survive on a derelict space station. And there's like a lot of stuff that we need to do. It's a very open-ended kind of RPG deal. Like, you can decide how you're going to survive, if you're going to survive at all, if you want to leave the station or thrive on it. There's a lot of side quests for you to do, and right now I'm doing one of the DLCs, where a fleet of refugee ships has arrived on the space station, and there's some kind of anomaly chasing them this way. And we want to both help them and figure out what the anomaly is about. Sounds cool. Yeah, it is. It was free on the Epic Game Store a few weeks ago, which is the main reason I have it. And the sequel released very recently, so if that's not a testament to how well the game did, I don't know what is. Also, speaking of Epic, there are new free games available right now, one of which is River City Girls 2, which I have always really, really wanted. It is 4-player co-op. 4 players! I gotta get a group to call up with. I gotta get a whole ass group to play that. 4-player chaos, heck yeah. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at a panel by the window. Seems only fair that after you help with the support systems, you get to see what is inside that you're maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki sliding an oxygen mask and a visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's step. An atmosphere. Constant dust storms. Nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. Dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so please take this. You hold it onto your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel, with its fizzling panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hit you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face, and peer through the ember murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to the step, or an emulation of it, at least. Aki sounds almost distant, echoing. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one of which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. Hey Rand, what's up? Welcome! Hello! Howdy! Hey Dad, what's up? Welcome! So good to see you too! Are the citizens sleeping? Well, they are not being very obedient right now. You know how when you're like taking care of some kids and it's bedtime and they don't wanna go to sleep? Yeah, that's kind of what the sleepers are like right now. We gotta get them all tuckered out first. I see the citizens still having their naps. Oh no, they're refusing to nap right now. They will only nap after I have done a successful stream. That's when they will become true sleepers. Hey, same kind of idiocy. Oh, hey Mick! Oh my gosh, everybody arrived all at once! Aw, you guys should nap. One moment, I'll get the subtitles ready. Too late. I'm already turning them. Oh, wait. Yeah, too late, they're already on. You're gonna have to suffer the consequences of your presence, young one. Nah, just kidding. Love to have you here. But yeah, how y'all doing? So let's see all of you. It's rare to have the whole gang here. Look down. You instinctively look down and see something pale and twisted poking out of the sand. Aki sees you looking. This is step silk. It's one of the plants we established on this step. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be rented and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of many species adapted to steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refuge as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of these other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough. It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic-tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up the masks, patiently waiting your questions. What actually happened on Amber's step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Step was already doomed. Since the start, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time the Solheim collapsed, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybele's attention was on Ember's heart. After the collapse, Cybele fell too, as researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the falling moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You are unsure what to do. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from the steppe are so different. Their world already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture. And yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others, they stayed. We carry the steppe for them. Now, perhaps there is hope. We learn not to talk of hope on a dying world. There is meaning for them, and any future they can build with the time they have. She stands up. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections To ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. But what about the people? Aki looks away. We aren't idiots, Sleeper. We choose to carry this burden. We will survive. These dust houses are already decaying. I have seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but the last flux event. Help us, please. I will. When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's Step. Preservation. If the dust houses are to preserve their closed biomes, they will need shielding against the flux and protecting from the slow decay. Give me one mushroom. How much is that going to give me? 2 to hard survival. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 10 more segments, which means this is going to take 5 mushrooms. Okay, why not? Okay, nah, I think that's enough. The rest I can do by rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. Right, they wanted... These guys wanted spores. And I have 1. I need a few more. Should be able to get some here from the mushrooms. Surely I won't get a negative outcome. Surely. Neutral outcome. Ah, fudge. Okay. Okay, preservation +2, preservation +3. And this one is much better. Step silk care. Improving the dust houses isn't the only way to sustain the step silk. With intuitive care, the plant can be made more resistant. Okay, time for a nap. Oh boy, I be starving. Let's get something to eat. Oh, Rico is done with her thing. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched, woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the light of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up off the soil. That being you encountered, in the cloud as you call it, was it bearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroidered embroiled in an overlong prank. No, it doesn't work like that. She sighs. Perhaps varying was the wrong word. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway. Not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplasts, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose lawns. Filaments? See, that's why I like you, Sleeper. You are so good at spotting the unusual details. She beckons you over. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown, its layers of plant-like structure on full view, until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in electrical systems, no, but they are filaments of a conductive material, so, yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see those branches? They remind me of detriments, of neurons. She rubs her eyes. It's just frankly ridiculous. Is this game some kind of space life sim? Oh yeah, definitely. If you ever played Disco Elysium, this is a bit similar to that, where your actions, well, the success of your actions is determined by dice rolls. But unlike Disco Elysium, this is far more open-ended. Your only real objective since the beginning of the game is just to survive. But how you survive is completely up to you. You are basically on a space station with independent factions of law, and it's up to you if you're like going to work to get money, if you are going to find a way off the station, like work your way to like a solution. If you're going to join somebody or do some side quests, it is very, very open-ended. And I am currently in like the late game. Like I've done a lot of quests. I don't really have much left to do, except for like there was like a big post game update, and that's what I'm doing right now. There's like a multi-chapter story that they have added after the game, and I'm curious where that will go. It's considerably more serious than what I've been through so far. Sounds intriguing. Yes, it very, very much is. It is a very chill game. Like, you can play it just with one hand, just using your mouse and clicking stuff. There's a lot of reading, but the writing is pretty good, actually. Only complaint I have is that you don't really have a lot of control during dialogue. Okay. And sometimes the options you are given don't accurately portray the outcome, like the actions that your character will actually take. But it's still pretty well written. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface. That is your gift from the gardener. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you, puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking partly to you, partly to herself. If the clubheads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that has stuck to the strange branched object quickly in your mind. You are right, that entity. It is the entity I have been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. Ooh. Okay, this is getting funky. We don't mind a lot of reading, plus we've got you to read it out for us. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. A few days ago, somebody came in saying that my narration is pretty nice, and that really hit me in the feels. So I'm glad that you guys are actually enjoying this on some level. The cloud, and the data ghosts of the eye. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffered by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side. But the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, the gardener, out in the storm, planting. Ingrown from an administrator. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You have never felt so free. This is how the navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. The gardener does not look at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues the gardener, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation. With the others, they felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known nodes, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious. Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient waves, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the storm and through you, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would not have joined the chorus. So, they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. Join? Yes, become part of this. The gardener stoops again. We are millions. We grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administrator AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person, but why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity. To take a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm still with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free. Free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake back up, back in that dying body, with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. Well then. I did not expect to just randomly stumble upon another potential ending. So this is... In a lot of games, a lot of horror games specifically, this would be like the bad ending. Like this would be like a horrific fate, worse than death. Becoming part of a hive mind, basically. But it's interesting that here it is framed as a positive thing, as something that you would want, and something that isn't inherently bad. It wouldn't even like cause some kind of domino effect where the whole station is now in danger. This really isn't like about the fate of the world or anything. This is literally just about me, about one person, one mind that sees an opportunity to escape daily, to escape a life that is not as pleasant as we would like it to be. And just to be clear, I am definitely not on board with that. Even when presented in such a positive way, I just don't think I could ever let go of my individuality like this. But it's still interesting. I still really like the way they depicted it here. The way it is shown in such a peaceful and positive way. But yeah, I still have like a lot of other chapters to do, so even if I wanted this ending, I would not be picking it right now, so... Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Gardner. You're a chill dude. I hope you'll do well, but I wanna go back. So, follow the thread. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark, back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Follow it. You don't look back at the gardener. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, flesh and blood person, with wants, desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this wave, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it, Rico's hand, gripping hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. Wait, what? Oh shit, what? That's an ending? Okay, I thought it would be like, okay, you rejected the ending. Oh wait, I can talk. A jump over the age game. Created, designed, and written by Graham there. Okay, these are just the credits. This is not like an explanation. But okay. I didn't expect like to get an ending. I mean, if I didn't have other stuff to do yet, I would probably accept this as like, oh, holy shit, this is cool. This is an ending. This is wow. But now I'm kind of worried. Do I get to go back and finish the stuff I was doing? Please, game, will you let me do that? Because I was kind of not expecting this. But focusing on the ending itself for a moment, that was a really powerful, like, I'll be honest, I was kind of tearing up a little on some of the lines there. Especially like the realization of like why this is worth it. And yeah, like that, for how short and potentially small that ending may seem, that was like a long way coming. That was like a pretty long quest line to get to that point. And damn, that was a great something. And it puts things into perspective. Like, this is pretty much the stay on the station ending, the keep surviving the way you have been until now ending. Though I still wanna do the flotilla stuff, and yeah. Okay, the game is loading. You guys don't see it, but there's like a loading bar in the bottom right. I am kinda covering it up with my big ass head. Oh boy. Please, game, don't tell me that it's gone now. If I open my save files and see that it's just gone, I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti. Oh no, I'm just back. Okay, shoot. Oh, okay, so it just continues. It just gave me credits, but the game just... oh, phew. Okay. That's a relief. Sleeper? Rico's voice comes weaving through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, and the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather around. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? Who? Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administration AI that has grown to be so much more. About the chorus, the impossible configuration of network plans, and finally about the choice that the gardener has offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear such strange truth. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you two. A kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer within it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? I have other things to do. I plan to. Well, for a while. I don't actually know. Like, I don't know how the quest with the flotilla is going to end. I don't know if I don't get a better outcome presented to myself, but this is a really good place for my character to stay, because I can grow my own serum to pretty much sustain myself forever. So I plan to is also like a non-committal answer. It's like if everything remains the way it is, I will. Which is pretty much what I just said, like, depending on how other things go. So, I plan to. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Hehe needs new blood if it wants to survive, and you are a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to the terminal. And she does not notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. If she puts it on, if I come back like another day and find her wearing the crown, well, I guess I'm not really going to be mad, because, well, look at her. She doesn't really have much time left. Like, if you are on your deathbed and there's nothing else waiting for you, at that point I really can't blame anyone for making that choice. Then you are out, breathing the air of the Greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you are glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Man, that was fascinating. Study the flux, flotilla support, inside look ticket. I've only got 3 quests left. Alrighty. Alright, I wanted to get something to eat. A bite to eat. Eeper Labs. I can make more stabilizer. Has the aviary grown yet? Yes, it has. I can then go harvest some mushrooms if I wanna. For now though, I need some food. Yum yum. This music seems different. Did I unlock it because I got a new ending? Interesting. Climbing Briar, Pilgrim Seed. Dust houses. Which one was I doing again? I think it was dust houses. Oh, right. I wanted to find spores for the song ship. Nice. Now let's go give him the seeds. One of the ships is trying to establish a mushroom farm to help feed the crews. They are looking for spores to get them started. The spores have been seeded, and while some may be suspicious of your efforts, crew by crew you'll convince them. As you cross the axis, looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Petter, standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he is leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and toward the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, make you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. Approach him. You lean on the railing a little away from Petter, leaving a gap between you. This close, you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper? He inhales sharply. Still hanging around? Are you okay? Petter pauses. Not really. No. Petter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind whirring, the thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes. No one asked you to come here. He clenches his jaw. So why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, his stare a challenge. Shut up. Stay silent. When you refuse to take the bait, he turns away, looking out across the docking axis once more. He loosens his jaw, the tension leaking out of him like radiation. You wait. After a short while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty plate. What the fuck is that word? Paternalism? Paternalism. I'm tired of empty paternalism. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shouts echo a little in the tub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. Don't take it out on me. No, he's not taking it out on me, he's just saying it in general. Everyone is tired. Well, saying everyone is tired isn't going to make him feel any better, and saying I get it, while it is true, might irritate him because he will then think that how dare I compare myself to him. And the last one is definitely the worst one, but I feel like trying to relate to him is the best play here, even if it is not a particularly good option. Petter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He sighs. Something is... I don't feel... just tired. I think... really tired. He stands. I'm going to go. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Petter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles on you as you watch, under an endlessly shining sun. The same airs recycle through all of these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving. before the inertia of it all gets to you too. Interesting. Blocking access. Okay, now I can actually help them normally with my dice rolls instead of just throwing items at them. Access job board. The access houses an overflowing job board of engineering tasks requested by the crews. You can help out there. Crew socializing. The access is as much a social hub as it is a supply hub. Keeping good relations with the crews will help them trust your work. Access assistance. The more work you do for the singers, the more you get to know the crews. The more they will trust you. Okay, this one gives me 2, so let's go with this one. To re-roll my dice. Good rolls. Oh, decent rolls. Aside from the 1 die, but I can use that on sunbathing, I guess. Stepsil care. Oh, this is 6 cycles. For a second, for some reason I thought it was 3 cycles. Okay, this is gonna take a while more, I guess. Now I'm gonna do some sunbathing. Lots of energy, nice. And time to sleep. So what, since I almost have this one complete, might as well. No negative outcome, and it's a safe roll, so might as well use the shitty die. Nice, neutral outcome. Hell yeah. Saul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch of a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you. He smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. Saul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you are right, he winks. Saul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we've ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Saul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past few cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you wish to know about? Tell me about Ember's Hearth. Sure. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, but the short of it is that the Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Sibel set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are relations with the other moons? Saul smiles. Depends who you've been talking to. You don't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for other people to do. He gives you a look. But Ember's Hearth was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, despite what people might say, Hart was never fully stable. Sibel liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they had to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as a dry steppe. Oh, we got ads. um, I'm gonna use this ad break to, well, obviously, take an ad break. So everybody, please go get some water, maybe some snacks, maybe go to the bathroom yourselves. Take a few moments for yourself. Don't look at the screen all the time like I do, or you're gonna need glasses. And then you're gonna be even more handsome than me, and we can't have that, so yeah. I'll be right back, everyone. Hello, welcome back. Oh, I'm the one who's back, so y'all should be welcoming me back, but it doesn't matter. I've got some ice cubes to combat the heat, and I got some snacks. So, we are good to go. Oh, one moment. Oh, man. Lots of gas, I don't know. What did I eat? Let me try and remember. What did I eat? I ate something when I came. Oh, burgers! Right, I had burgers, of course, that's why I'm burping. Yummy, yummy burgers with cheese, chicken. Wait, no, I think it was chicken. But some kind of meat. It doesn't really matter, meat is meat. There was cheese and there was mayo. I know for some reason dumb people don't like mayo on their burgers, but I find it delicious. It is yummy, yummy in my tummy. Anyway, let's get back to it. However, Saul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hart was never fully stable. Sibel liked to talk it up. But after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as the steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things rolling, turning that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Floods ended that, though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest ended. Saul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place and look for another future. Saul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. What do you want to know about? Tell me about the flux. He sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Left their suits locked up, but reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But when the news came out that Parasu out of the hell is that word? Passeru? I'm gonna say it Passeru. But the news came out that of Passeru that they'd been hit harder. Oh, okay, now I get how to read this thing. But then the news came out of Passeru that they've been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland where we were used to that. Passeru? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. He grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit, and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine. And the city, I had never seen it, but I heard from the others. But it only grew worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. He scratches his beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. He shifts on a crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? Yep. Tell me about yourself. He squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you are asking about this. He raps on the metal of the suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the incident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's hearth? Go ahead, but don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours. Saul lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Solo shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. He nods. What do you want to know about? Something buzzes on Saul's suit. He glances at it and frowns. Looks like time's up, Sleeper. Saul stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, he leaves, and you wonder what he meant. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Well, duh. You didn't tell me about the incident. Okay, so that's the hearth finished. Now I just need to get the trust of the song and the dust houses. They need bigger dice rolls. Let me re-roll this one. Much better. Okay, time for another nap. Oh, I didn't even realize I lost one of my die. Well, it should be fine. I have 2 more capsules and I can potentially make or buy more. It's again starving. Let me grab something to eat. Something to munch on. I wish I didn't have to go through this transition every time I want to go to the other side of the eye, but oh well. Okay. Come on, positive. Nice. We got the song in our pockets. Sleeper! Petter calls to you as you cross the axis. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Petter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Really? Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on the moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He leans at the ground. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful, a respected song, and respected song themselves, they could have their choice of quality placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repair them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his eyes into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left song. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely, gray, and glinting. You don't have to. Find someone to teach. Stay silent. You don't have to. It's like telling him to stay on the flux. Well, not the flux, on the crucible? Is that what they call it? Like their colony ship. But, You might argue that it's not always going to be like this, that they are going to go their separate ways once they are in a safe location. And find someone to teach. He said that the technologies are useless everywhere else. You don't have to. I can't wait any longer, Sleeper. I can't settle for no future at all. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter is smiling now, buoyed up by a little memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily, or take help easily. But we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Saul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him that the crews of Ember's songs operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Heart's Imperial's ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist the same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles. And then tell him to leave us alone. He turns, his step lighter, and heads off toward the center of the Axis hub. Okay, so that's song on board. Hell yeah. Now it's only step left. Intuition. Now, do I risk a number 2 roll? Nice, neutral outcome. Almost got full preservation, but guess I'll have to do that next cycle. Time for another nap. Six die, should be good enough. And peak has finished, but I think I'm going to deal with dust houses first. 3-sided die. Die. Nice. Aki. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls, and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steep silk through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly. Of preserving a world we have left behind. History, heritage, conservation. I'm leaning towards conservation. Because history, you can remember history in a lot of ways. It doesn't have to be in a very difficult physical way. And the heritage, well, it's up to the person to inherit what they want to inherit and what is given to them to inherit. There's never any obligation to. Conservation, yeah, that one seems the fair one. Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us, their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators when we harvest them as much as we are able. Aki paces away, lost in thought. Look, we also harvest sheep, but we don't, the sheep so need to be harvested. Well, not the sheep themselves, they're just their wool, but some species require us to get what we need from them in order for them to thrive as well. That's what a symbiotic relationship is. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses. For ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you. Her posture is somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, inheritors. You can change. Yeah, you can change. Aki comes close, holds your hands and hers. We must change. We must change to live, she smiles. I have seen that in you. The steppe, these people, This ship should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from these gifts of the Steppes ecosystem. If you want to invite them, can you do that for me? Of course. I know that Sol sent you, she smiles. You could tell him Aki, captain of the Wind's Long Shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come. Captain? She smiles. You never asked. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux, no? About its purposes, its origins? She smiles. You wish to protect your home as much as you wish to protect your home, as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember Steppe. Localized, destructive but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but she pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Hylian's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I am sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be our home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word, home, resonating within you like a struck bell. Hell yeah. I got all the ships on the same page. Now, do I talk to Peak first, or do I talk to Sol? Let's talk to Sol. Now, let's talk to Peak first. Have you ever heard of King Eng, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. KAN? You mean for transit? Yes, precisely. Peak turns to face you. Kionami's active negation. The name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. KAN. Peak recites the definition as if it's a classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously as both ends a geocentric curve. Essentially, KAN channels allow for the near-instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course. Decades of construction, but once a KAN channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploration. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Flex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecular, pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh. Oh, where is this going? Peak pauses. What I am trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a Canadian channel. They are vastly expensive to build and to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport these materials to their nearest hub. But Solheim, Peak smiles. Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. No way. Yeah? Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore. But it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, falsely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building up to this. I'm sure it is still there. Because one of the issues with KEN channels are the massive waves of exotic energy that they produce when cycling up. The flux? Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? Peak sucks in breath. That I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They'd need a lot of resources to do it, and they'd need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore. So why would you go through all that trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Maybe it's Solheim? Peak shakes their head. The company went under decades ago, Sweet. We might not get much core news out, but it seems unlikely. They pause. But I've also been thinking. Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave that KAN effect produces, is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial system set up to function within the range of a once active KAN? Peak is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the KAN channels, those vast acausal highways that pop up the core systems, and their endless appetite for resources. The system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the system of logic and exploitation that created your suffering, turning towards the Helion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to the screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. Peak looks up puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They lean in close. This doesn't make sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing everywhere on the station. Peak pulls up their hair. I set the system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event. But these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it is the most run-down part of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing? So far after the event? Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know what they are popping up everywhere. Right now? Right now. We can talk more about KAN channels and systems history when you are back. But this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the pilgrim seat on your way to the shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun that fear. Well, shit. Deliver flux data. They want 3 pieces this time. Peak has checked flux nodes in the low end, the hub, and the shipyard. They want the data extracted from all 3. Yeah, we're gonna get some in the drink. My throat is pretty dry. You know that feeling when you go and take one sip, but it turns into a freaking waterfall as you just unhinge your jaw and keep drinking? Yeah, I love that feeling. So, when you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Sol is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms. He smiles. I'm not sure how well you will use them, but a gesture is a welcome one. Some, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so. Sol smiles. I don't expect them to change that anytime soon. It should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all this? Sol eyes you, waiting for an answer. I changed things. Well, I helped where I could. We've come to expect that of you, Sleeper. He smiles. You look at Sol, his eyes bright and eager, and you wonder what he sees. Are you a tool to be used, or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Sol squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, toward the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Sol. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Sol stops in front of a huge bolted door, like the steel on the front of a dry dock and hangar. He signals for someone in the cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead doors send spinning shadows across Sol's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos of Passeru. When we realized we'd need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Sol raps on a metal plate, and somehow he's carried us all the way out here. You led the evacuation? Me? He laughs. Not even close. I was a farmer. I had a whole load of land and people to run it. and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Not one of those folks made it. Saul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I am no leader, and that I am sick, but well, when service chooses you. A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. The groan is they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the lights go on, in huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Earth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Saul begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space was sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time, we have resources, we stabilized here, at least for the moment. Saul turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? How can you actually use all of this? It's just space. What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Saul sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Earth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit in there. The farming stacks, the housing. Now we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill the ship with able bodies and head for Stalwart Belt. Ah, interesting. Oh hey Pi, what's up? Welcome! You'd fucking started the stream. I didn't stealth anything. I did the same thing as Ender. Sorry, I didn't see. It's okay, it's okay. I just figured you're busy. Or maybe you're watching Ash's stream. Which I understand. I would rather watch her too. Haha, just kidding. I love being here. Being entertainment for you guys. I would be here 24/7 if I could. Anyway, congrats on the first! I dropped Ash to come here. I didn't see. Aw, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. By the way, if Ash is planning to end stream and raid me, please tell her not to do that. I am planning to end stream soon-ish. So actually, wait, 2-hour mark. Well, maybe I'll stream for a few more hours. But yeah, if she is thinking about raiding me, try to dissuade her. But yeah, anyway. How are you doing, Pi? Doing good. Glad to hear it. I thought the eye was your destination. I was farming in Farm Sim 22 all night. Farm Sim. Wouldn't you rather play something like Slime Rancher or Strandu Valley or, I don't know, literally anything else? It was until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help. You know the Eye. You have connections. And you can work hard. I've seen it. Saul meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. I don't know, I like the realism. realism, really? But no, actually no. Sorry, I will not. I will not judge somebody's tastes. It is a video game. People buy it, so it has a right to exist. I was just thinking about how a space farm sim might be fun to play. Well, space engineers can be played like that, but something that is a bit more like that is Empyrean. I think it had a subtitle or something, Empyrean Lost Worlds or something like that. I don't know anymore, but yeah, that one is similar to Space Engineers, but with more like focus on planets, planetary systems. But it also has like a gardening system and stuff. Galactic Survival. Oh yeah, Empyrean Galactic Survival. Right. It has been on my radar for a while. I actually got it for free like ages ago. The developers were doing like raffles on Facebook, if I remember correctly, and that was ages ago, like almost a decade maybe. And I wonder if they still do that. So like if they still do, that might be a possible avenue for you to get it for free. I don't really play it much. I only got it because a friend of mine was playing it, but she wasn't really very active, like very available to play it with, so I kind of dropped it after a while. Open-ended survival games like that aren't really my forte. I got it on Humble Bundle for uber cheap way back when Humble Bundles were good. Oh, nice, so you do it. You do have it. Nice. Hell yeah. There are other ways. I don't know. Can this work? I don't... Can this work? It has to, Sleeper. There is nothing else. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Sol begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need to move. We need more than just farmers to make it work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt, there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future. Tucked away in those rocks, from far from all of this. Sol sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Sol crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it. The door groans, and Sol waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Sol claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. As he leaves you there, in the silence of this vast bay, your head is spinning with the thoughts of leaving the eye. Well, that's scary. Oh, okay, no more quests. On this side, at least. Now it's just finding the flux nodes. I got 2 skill points, but nothing to spend them on. Gonna wait until I have another one. I only have 2 more quests left. That is insane, style. Okay, so, right. Virtual mode. And here we are. Yet again, agent, flux node. 6-sided die. Die. Okay, he wanted 3, right? And they wanted 3, right? I think so. Avalanche agent, flux node. It says find and extract 3 flux nodes. Dice won't fit. But they will now. Its note beats like a heart. The effect is unsettling. Okay, I think I know where the last node is. Let's ascend. There it is. Flux node. This node is in two places at once. It is there each time you turn. Oh, it's a quantum node! Quantum buddy! Quantum moon. Alrighty, that's all three of them. Wait, what? Question marks? But I already contained... Huh. Interesting. Well, there's nothing to scan anymore, but... Yeah, I already contained Killer, so there should be no way that Killer can attack me. I didn't really kill Killer, I just isolated them on a separate network. But still. Oh well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Flaming Bribe. Deliver flux data. A flickering, shifting fragment needs to be carefully decoded. Peek loads the data into the decoding setup. I'll just be a moment. Don't leave, Sleeper. You watch as Peek works flux data, the notes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to Peek's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this, as an image on a screen, is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It is nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peek has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even though this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Ish entering. A rough day? She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Ash stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in the mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peek asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Ash slams it back down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You're still unpicking balls of yarn? If the sleepers knew, Peek smiles. They bought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find your weapons find the weapons you were smuggling. Ever had Wagyu steak? Never. Nope. What's a Wagyu? Is that like an Asian style of preparing a steak? It's clear that Ash doesn't appreciate Peek's tone. Still looking? Ash replies. And whoever took them better be making the most of the rapidly shortening lifespans right now. Peek cuts in without looking away from the console. We've talked about this. This is my mistake, Peek. I'll fix it however I want. Ash folds her arms. I know one of the factions of the flotilla is taking them. Just need to find out. It's a specific breed of bull that is apparently super duper good because it has really good fat and marbling. It produces a unique type of meat, very tasty and tender. Super expensive? Yeah, optimist. Well, that does sound very tasty, but why make a super duper special exotic kind of steak when you can just have a normal steak? You know, like, Is a normal steak not good enough? I don't really get the whole, like, we got to make this food better. We have to push. We have to make it exotic. We have to sprinkle little gold nuggets in it. I know that's not exactly like what this is. This is just like a special steak, but like, and the prospect of food that is like super duper special does not interest me in the slightest. Because I can just there's basic ass food that I can go to the supermarket and buy and eat, and it would taste so good that I could cry. So I don't really need to go to the Himalayas or whatever to get this exotic bull just to eat its insides. And Stephen He voice, expensive. I have no idea who Stephen He is, so yeah. I hope I got that right. I had some once, but I didn't think it was much better than normal steak. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, a lot of exotic foods really don't even taste that much better than regular food. It's just people basically gaslighting themselves into thinking that it is more special. They will start coping by, oh, it's an acquired taste. You wouldn't get it. But like, if you're going through all of that effort just to have it just so that it tastes better to you, like why? It feels like wasted effort just to like something that is inherently more expensive. Ah, the one of pie has outsped me. I had Wagyu before, and honestly, best shit I ever had. Oh, interesting. Then maybe it was just a difference in how it was produced. Like sometimes, you know, no two chefs cook alike, you know? Well, official Wagyu is only produced in Japan. And several countries have stolen Wagyu bulls cows from Japan illegally. I feel like it's only a bit better than a ribeye. It's something you'll need to experiment at most a handful of time if you're not crazy rich. But I guess if you like the marbling, it could be extra good. But it's an experience, honestly. $40 to a 6-ounce steak when I got it. $40 for one meal. Yeah, I could not. I could never. Look, it's difficult for me to spend like $4 on sushi. And I freaking love sushi. Sushi is the food of the gods. I like to eat it every day. It's meat so soft you don't need a knife. Oh, that kind of steak. You could carve it with a spoon if not cooked by a barbarian. Back for real now. Oh, hey, Mick. Hello. Let me check if the subtitles are still working. Oh, yep, the subtitles are still working. Hell yeah. Finn is not ready for the price of deluxe food. Things get truly whack. Look, now I know that deluxe food is expensive. That is why I am so against it. Well, not against it, I'm just like... I don't need it. And I don't get the appeal. My brother and sister are very much exotic food lovers, especially my brother. He's like, he's like, oh, I need to fish this fresh fish out of the sea and then prepare this complex ritual to marinate it. It's gonna take the entire day, and it has already been sitting in like the moon glow for all of yesterday. And now I need you, my little brother, who definitely doesn't have more important things to do, to watch the oven while I go do whatever the fuck I want. I'm ranting again, but he made these exotic, crazy foods a lot of times. And my whole family was like moaning about it, like, oh my gosh, this is so delicious, this is the best thing ever, this makes all of your transgressions worth it. And I'm just there taking a bite, taking 2 bites, taking 3 bites, and thinking, I did better. What's so special about this? The freaking hamburger I got from McDonald's was better. The freaking meal my mom made when I was 5 was better. The freaking ice cream from the ice cream shop was better. The freaking taco, the kebab from the stall next to the supermarket was better. And that one didn't take an entire day and somebody's monthly pay to make. Like, brother. Here I am renting. Oh wow, you guys wrote a lot. And hey, good for you, don't try snobby shit. Yeah. So a while back I saw a choice. Die, yes, no, guessing you chose no. Yeah, that was a great choice actually. I really love that ending. Dude, those tomahawks are crazy! The choice to become a flower or return to your body. Yeah. Honestly, that was a great example of how good the writing of this game is. It presented you with such a good philosophical dilemma and made neither choice feel like something inherently negative. It's just you're choosing which form of life to proceed as, and it was really, really fascinating. And I almost tore up. Almost. If I wasn't so preoccupied with the metagame. But yeah, I experienced Wagyu once with a friend at a reasonably inexpensive place for the quality of stuff. Apparently, eating sea fish, especially large ones, will almost definitely give you a worm. Worm? Well, at least I won't feel lonely anymore. Was it worth the price? Yes, I think so, if only to live it once. Would I repeat it? Probably not. With my wallet does not deserve point-blank shots. It was a really bad place if McDonald's stopped it. Yeah, actually, like, I feel like McDonald's makes really good food, at least the stuff that I had. It's just that it's expensive. Like, that is the downside of McDonald's. Not that the food is bad, it's just that it's overpriced. Die lemonade. Because McDonald's is bottom of the barrel gutter trash, honestly. Not in my experience. I like a burger. I like me some fries. I love the Grimace Shake. The Grimace Shake is absolutely delicious. I mean, I think most people would choose to not become a flower because they want to play the game. I mean, it was an ending. Like, once you have done everything, that's when you would normally be at that point where you choose to do one of either things. Bad bread, terrible overcooked meat, sauces are 80% sugar. Well, I don't know any of those things. I just know what my tongue and mouth tell me, and they tell me that it's yummy, yummy, get in my tummy. Yes, I like a burger. McDonald's doesn't make burgers. They make bad facsimile. Okay, what about KFC? What about Kentucky Fried Chicken? Because I absolutely love Kentucky Fried Chicken. It is absolutely peak. It is delicious. But like, okay, maybe it's like a region thing. Maybe McDonald's in France is just, you know, French. Maybe McDonald's in Slovakia is actually decent. Who knows? Like, my guy, I can make you better burger with supermarket ingredients and like a $4 to $5 budget. Look, I'm not saying it's objectively like that. I'm just saying that I know what my mouth tells me, and when I bite into a McDonald's burger, I feel yummy, yummy. That's all I can. That's literally my entire sample size, my entire argument. McDonald's is different in different countries, I heard. In the US, other garbage. Yes, I heard very much that in the US it is horrible. In Europe it's good, in Japan it's amazing, is what I heard. And in less than 20 minutes too. Well, thing is, like every other place that makes burgers, they don't really, well, I guess you could call them burgers, but it's usually just like a huge chunk of meat in between two pieces of bread, not even buns, just bread. And while it is delicious and filling, it's just, you can't really, you can't eat it like a normal burger. You actually like have to eat it like a plate of, you know, of like an actual food, you know. It's not really that fast food experience. You can't just take the burger with you and hold it in one hand and take a bite and experience it on the go, you know. Yeah, the food regulations in Japan mean the worldwide fast food chains make actually good stuff there, from what I heard. Based. Honestly, if you ever visit France, come knocking by my place. I will flowers for Alger on your taste buds. You know, there is an argument I made with my friends a lot. Like, sure, there are better things out there, but right now I don't really feel lacking for food of good taste and stuff. Do I really need to know that there is better stuff out there if I am content with the food that I am eating now? Like, just yesterday I made some egg toast, and I absolutely love egg toast, and it is like such a simple food, such a basic ass thing. You just get some bread, get some eggs, you get some milk, you mix it all together, and boom. I added some mayo because I'm a psychopath, but it was delicious. And I know so many people who would look at that and think that it is absolutely disgusting, that how can I eat that? And all I'm hearing is that it's more difficult for them to be happy with what they have on their plate. Isn't it a good thing that I'm satisfied with less? Like, I'm not judging them. Let me be clear. I'm not like being antagonistic here. It's just, is it such a bad thing to have lower tastes, to have maybe even a bland taste, to not know the culinary heavens that others seem to explore religiously? Finn, look at memes on Discord. I shall. Let me open it real quick. Memes. Burger. Here, kitty, you can have cheeseburger. Ooh, may I? I would. I definitely would. To answer you, I give KFC a minor pass, if only because fried chicken is uncommon in France. It's not the best, but it's passable. It's passable. Fuck it, I'm tired food. Honestly, sure, if you ever pass by Paris, tell me and I'd be able to cook for you. I'll admit that homemade, anything is better than than what you can get in like a fast food restaurant. Like homemade burgers, homemade fries, homemade chicken wings. Those are all way better than anything that you can get at a fast food restaurant. But if you're like me, you can't really be spending like a quarter of the day cooking, because you wanna do stuff. You wanna do the fun stuff. Maybe I'll do a cooking stream one day. Who knows? But that would probably not be very fun, because all of you would be screaming like, "What is he doing? What is he doing?" Okay, if you come to France, I'm not just cooking for you. I'm teaching you to make stuff. I know how to make stuff. I just do simple stuff. Honestly, burgers are super easy. Yes, I am fully aware. I literally made some burgers today. It's just, well, not fully from scratch, but I also know how to make like a fresh burger from scratch. But yeah, I know like how to make my own stuff. I just can't really be asked to because I am still satisfied with ready-made products. Like, of course, there are some things you can overdo. I used to, like, the first ever time in my life that I had like instant noodle soup, I thought it was delicious. And again, let me stress, the first ever time, I thought it was delicious. So I bought a bunch of it. I figured like, holy shit, this super cheap thing, I can just buy, I can just boil some water and boom, I have a ready-made meal that is delicious. I'm gonna have this every day. And then within a few weeks, I couldn't stand stuff. I could not even look at it. Even today, if I have to think about like I don't have time to make food or something, like in an emergency I have to make noodle soup, like instant soup, there's a part of me that feels a little disgusted because I did manage to overeat myself on the stuff in the past. But like, so like I am no stranger to some foods just being beneath what I find acceptable, you know. But still, I don't think I need to raise my standards. Like, what's that? Where's that going to lead me? That's just going to lead me to buying more expensive ingredients, more expensive food, and being more picky about what I eat. I don't see anything wrong with where I am right now. Fries are a bit longer and trickier, but I can make you a good burger in less than an hour, groceries included. I know how to make fries. I do fries pretty often, actually. It's honestly one of the least energy-intensive recipes I can make. I'm not fully sure, but I might be able to stay a lot below an hour, fries included. No, actually, it gets you to make something better than stuff like McDonald's for less expensive. I didn't say I'm getting McDonald's regularly. I get McDonald's like once a month. I absolutely do not go there regularly. You know me. Like when the caveat to something is that it's expensive, obviously I'm not gonna have it often, if at all. McDonald's for me is celebration food. Cooking capacity is super important to not break your budget with a hammer. Not to mention mental health day. Well, I feel like my mental health is at its best when I have a lot of time in the day to do the stuff I like. And cooking kind of throws a wrench into that. So while I do get that cooking is important, I just can't really be asked to cook every day. Like yesterday is the first time I cooked in weeks. And that's because I was super busy at work. Like I had a very stressful time, and cooking in all of that just wasn't feasible. I need to be in a good mental state so that I can cook, not the other way around. Cooking does not make me better. Cooking is something that costs my mental stability. Anyway, enough yapping. There's a game to be played. Or maybe not. If I feel really down, I can make myself stuff like a ribeye steak in under 15 minutes, and the results will feel better. Don't forget having to clean up after yourself. Which is not only time, but also effort. I would cook more if I had a kitchen to myself. Cooking drains my social battery. There's a ton of stuff you can make for cheap and for little time invested. Yeah, but the investment to get to that point, that's something people very often skip over. Like, why do you think cooking classes are a thing? Because people have to. It's something you can literally pay people to teach you, and at that point, the effort that goes into it is self-evident. and not everybody has the time or the effort or the money or like literally anything to spare for it. I'm not denying that it is an important thing to know, but it is not as easy as that. There's a ton of... Oh, right, I already read that. True, admittedly. I never got cooking classes, but I did take some years of practice to get decent. That is fair. Yeah. Like, my mom taught me some recipes. My sister too. And I learned something on my own like, from the internet and stuff. I am making progress. Like, I don't know, 5 years ago, I didn't know how to cook anything. And today, I know how to cook several things. I can do fries, I can do burgers, I can do eggs, I can do rice. I can do plenty of fun stuff. I can do tofu. I love making tofu. Man, I haven't had tofu in a while. I need to go buy some tofu. Now you guys made me hungry. How dare you? You love making toho? It didn't hurt me, admittedly, because I find cooking fun. See, that's not the factor. There's a lot of things, a lot of like daily activities that some people find fun. And then they find it difficult to believe when somebody says that it is a draining and physically and mentally taxing task. Like, I have so many friends who love driving. Who just love driving to places, who just do it for shits and giggles. Who are happy to drive to places that they can just walk to. Me, meanwhile, I would rather die than go behind the wheel of a vehicle. And I have a driver's license. It took me 3 attempts to get the license, to get the final exam. And yeah, it's still hell for me to even think about driving a vehicle. And everybody, and like the pressure from everybody talking about like how easy it is, how I should find it fun. It's not helping, you know? Like, how do I explain this? Like, when people need to acknowledge that some things come naturally to people. I know, that's not a good argument. Oh, let me scroll up. Dumb question. Can you get udon noodles and bok choy cabbage? I think I can get udon noodles. I don't know about the type of cabbage you're talking about, but there is definitely some kind of cabbage in the local supermarkets. You can make your own Toho game, actually. I very much am aware of that. I mean, you can make any type of game if you put your mind to it. If so, and I've got a recipe for you that's cheap, tasty, healthy, easy, and can last easily for 3 to 4 meals. Ooh. You only need to put Shanghai Alice in your credits. Okay, that's a good one. And coconut milk, I forgot to mention that, sorry. Coconut milk doesn't trigger lactose intolerance, right? Ah, yeah, right, it doesn't. Right, I forgot, like, when I was younger, I used to complain about, like, why do they call it coconut milk when it tastes nothing like milk? I was still a milk drinker back then. Asian markets have bok choy. Can you tell me the recipe? I am kinda interested. Should be safe for lactose. Coconut milk. What would that even be? In Slovak, it's called potom choy, according to Google. Nope, that is definitely not a food that I am familiar with. Definitely not. And if it's like more known by a foreign name, then I don't think the supermarkets are going to like translate it. Let me get something to drink because I'm thirsty. Looking it up doesn't show anything. The dish, I mean. This can only happen to me. Here I am drinking water and it just goes down the wrong hole. Fun times. Okay, I'm good now. Anyway, let's get back to the actual game. For the third time now. This is my mistake. This is my mistake, Peak. I'll fix it how I want. Ash folds her arms. I know one of the factors of the flotilla has taken them. I just need to find out. Peak holds up her hand. Shh. They lean in towards the screen. Son of a... Oh no. The wake of the wave. Peak is whispering to themselves. It's a wave. They lean back into the chair. Ash crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Ash. In it, you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Rand, you might have better luck posting the recipe in the actual server, because you do realize that once people click off, once the stream ends, the chat history disappears, right? It's much better to put it into the server where it just doesn't disappear. Feel free to put it into the Nerd Out channel or whatever you find appropriate. Vogue. I'll put that in my Notepad++ for now, lol. Their recipe here, I could copy it into the Fin's Discord if that's fine. Oh yeah, that was just what I was saying. Yeah, absolutely. That is where you should mold it. That is the first place where you should have put it. Then you notice it, the movement. The thin threads cross from one strain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it is being watched. This is the other flux nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave. They were corrupted after the impact. This thing, the shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them. But it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the systems to be attacked. As it reconfigures the exposed systems, this shadow broadcasts in, implanted inside. The wave from the Canadian channel, it is a brute force way of hitting every system and area. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale. Their eyes reflect in the screens. The flux isn't what is attacking the systems. It is the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back in their chair. It is already on the eye. Wait. Ash rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a KAN channel in this system? Shit. Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. Huh. Helen or Sol? I'll drop a few recipes if already got transcribed into English there then. Alrighty then, maybe I'll pin them. You know, actually, if you can create threads, I'm not sure if people have the permission to do that, but if you can like create a thread there, you can use it to like share all of your recipes there, and maybe just talk about cooking in general. Like it would be your little corner. Who would it? Honestly, I think Saul needs to know about this first and foremost. Right, the refugees need to know. Ish gets in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it. Lead an evacuation. Refugees? Are you insane? Peak is desperate. Orphanage are the station administrators. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling distance descends on the bay. We need more time, Pete speaks quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case, collate the evidence. If we mess this up... They look down at their hands. Ash goes to speak, and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleep. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. With the tension among the refugees, Saul won't be ready to hear this. And Helen and Heavenage are still mirrored in their kind of crisis. We tell Heavenage and they are likely to react badly. And even with the flotilla stabilized, Saul is not going to react well to this. I need time to build a case. You're too twisted up in this, Peak, Ash says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop. Peak slumps in her chin. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the pilgrim seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, the movement at the edge of your vision. Something dark, growing on the station like a parasite. You feel sick, your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Hell yeah. And I got an upgrade point for that. We can level up. Engineering level 3. Man, I can almost get... I think I might actually like fully upgrade my character. Wait, no, that's gonna take 1, 2, 3, 5. I would need to complete 5 more objectives, and I don't think there's that many left in the game. Oh, let's see what else they want. Climbing Briar. Episode B Refuge complete. No, episode Refuge complete. The second part of the flotilla story is complete. Episode Purge, the final episode, will begin when the clock below is complete. Good luck. Oh boy. That is a very ominous name. Purge. Also, episode 2 was Refuge. That means that episode 1 was Flux. Interesting. Peak is compiling their data on the Flux to be presented to Saul or Helen. You get the sense they are dreading the choice. Okay, we are in the end game now. That is literally the last chapter, the last piece of content that there is for me to do. I'm gonna need some food. So let's get some from farm stacks. I don't really feel like going anywhere else. And now we take a nap. And nothing else to spend these dice on other than the aviary. Let's get some syrup shrooms. Nice. Clubhead caps. And another one. Nice. I don't really want to risk it. Yes. Much better. Perfect. And... right, Hippo Labs. Give me that stabilizer. Yeah. Sunbathe. Won't need to get food this way. Okay. Time to end the cycle and face the music. End cycle. The episode better not start with another hit of the flux. Peak. Sleep. Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? Peak smiled weakly. Nice try, but we can't dodge this. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I have compiled on the flux kit, the side effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, is all on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. It's annotated to I've annotated to it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peak sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the Eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. Intervention? Peak grimaces. That I'm still working on. Peak looks at the device, at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, is so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasure I have tried to deploy. It is like trying to hold a bolter in a cage. It slips straight through. Well, there has to be a way. You must keep looking. Stay silent. Now, clearly Peak has already tried it a lot. Stay silent. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on this station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell everyone who can do something about this. So, Helen? Honestly, they already experienced it, and their focus is on survival. They probably won't know how to deal with this, but the station, the Eye, may have the facilities to actually figure this out. Like I could even rope Fang into this. He could be of great help. So how about Helen? Perhaps. Peak pauses. If anyone can protect the Eye, it's Avalanche. But their internal politics will make it hard for them to act. Will they ever listen to us? Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. Honestly, that's what I was thinking, just tell both of them. It's not like it's a conflict of interest. We need to resist this together, or we fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That is the only way. We send data to both. You're right. Peak smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it. I'm not sure we can survive it without help. Peak opens their hands and holds the drive out for you to take. We need to do this, Eeper. I can't. You know Sol, you know Helen. They trust you. To them, I'm just another space. But you are part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You're a part of the Eye. Peak is right. But right now, that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I have set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one can do a better job. They take a strand of hair behind their ear. You could come with me. Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion to you. Even if it had nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleep. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done. Righty. Added recipe for homemade fries while hour was added. Some stuff there is useful to someone. Alright then. I mean, in my experience, fries are as easy as just slapping them onto a pan with oil, but if you say it's more complex than that, then okay. Pardon, Heavenage Quarantine. Warning, final episode. Once you send the data, episode purge and the final series of events on the Eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you're ready. Oh shit. So this is actually the end. This is an actual ending. Huh. Okay, in that case, there is one other thing I want to do. And that's to win a cycle ticket. Alrighty then. So the Horizon part +2. Another +2. Reroll the number 1 die. Oh my gosh, fuck you. Guess I'm not doing that. Home, old home. The old shipping container. Okay, I'm gonna use a stabilizer as well. Because I'm already running out of dice rolls. But yeah, this was rough. I guess I won't be able to just live out my days on the station like I wanted to. Bill. Continue. Shipyard. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Set on the locker room bench, you can feel the side drill out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have looked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it is ready for its final stage. You will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. Ah, it's been a while since I saw you, dude. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina is nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. I know. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? She's been watched at home. Now I'm not the work team I can afford. Okay. Now I'm on the work team. I can afford a bit more help. Corrects itself. Was on the work team. I mean, we are all out of a job for now. He quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in the best shape we've ever carried you. Mina and me out there. So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due to a lucky turn by now. He turns and rubs his hands nervously. Now here's him wondering what if, until the draw anyway. And there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Sealess Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the side drill in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She missed having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now that I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into the space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want you to go unless you come too. Oh, she doesn't want to go unless you come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky stretched out and buried, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old dock in the Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty and ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. The rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets, and it washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon. Always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands stretching. Let's get back to the little one anyway. With the shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few cycles for the draw. Good luck. Don't need it, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in this cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the sidereal really take you to the planet? A place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope. Too dangerous. There's work to be done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cycles? Oh, come on. Wait, there's something here too. Side row draw. Oh, okay. So the draw is only 3. Okay, so this is the side row draw. Haven't just said it'll be a few cycles until the winners of the draw are announced. You'll have to come back then. Side row horizon. Moving the horizon. Sealies are apparently going to start moving the side row horizon to the hub soon. Interesting. So 6 cycles until that happens. 3 cycles until this. So now we just wait. Wait 3 more cycles. In the meantime, I think since I'm not going to be leaving anyway, I might as well finish the ambergris and tell them that I'm not going to be leaving. And Kita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. Once this job is ready, you better be ready to make a fast decision. Stay with Moritz or go with Ankita and Bliss. Well... let's get another ending then, I guess. Alright. Amber looks like... The Amber looks better than she has ever before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz just drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto the Amber. It turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first starboard belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, holding back and forth aimlessly. You good, buddy? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. I was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep the warhead. What do you think? What do you think of her? Miss Cassetta? He shrugs. She seems tired. And old. Like, older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper. Did you know that Bliss was leaving? You understand now, she told him. That's why he is like this. Do I tell him that I knew? Well, I don't want to lie. I wish there was an option to remain silent, like usually it gives me that option, but... I'm gonna be honest. Yes, I did know. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper. There is something something she said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? There she is. Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and build a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time in this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I will give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Ember sits docked. You look back at Moritz. Man, I don't even get to talk to Bliss. And I don't get to reconcile with Ankita. What the hell, Gabe? This is the part I'm invested in. They don't let me do... Why bring her back if she's just going to be sour? Well, either way, I'm not going. I still have another quest to finish. I'm staying. Maurice looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? It's Bay needs me. Well, I'm staying for me, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna leave from your life. I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. Alright then, you're staying. He grins. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You're staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. Unless mouse defeat. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for there. Here. She smiles and kicks off gliding to the ambergris and the starward belt beyond. Well. Okay, I guess I spoke too soon. It wasn't much, but I'll take it. You both watch in silence as Amber drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz. The weight of everything suddenly hitting him. No, it's your place. He smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while to watch the Amber and Bliss and Akita leave. And then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true. But by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts, and no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know, and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck, out in the belt. But as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need. Another post-credit screen. So you gave up the entire stars and your friend to get stuck in an old corporal space station. That sounds like a bit of a downer ending, honestly. Well, the thing is, it's not really the old corporal space station. It's a bit of a, like, it belongs to the people. The corporation that used to own the station and used to run it like very poorly has been dissolved ages ago. It's something of an independent city-state. And, like, there are shitty places on it, that's sure, but there are also like really nice places, like that I've discovered. The Grove is a really nice place to live. The Talas Bar is nice. Yet again, might be a gang, but they're actually like caring for their people. Heavenage might be a crappy government structure, but they are doing their best, especially with Fang in there fighting the good fight. Like, this isn't the worst of places to be, and leaving it, you know, you never know if you're not just trading one shitty place for another. Doesn't seem so bad. Like, player character has made it their home. Yes, exactly. Like, I'll admit, at first, this place was scary. There really was, it was difficult to like find the right jobs for the right money, to get enough food for the next cycle. It was a struggle to like get the capsule to fight the deterioration. But now I am in a good place that I can like make money reliably. I have several places where I can get like the necessary food, and I have an infinite source of food. So it would be a lot of a lot of positive things I would be throwing away. Nice, we're back. Moritz, the next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and plunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning, cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of boots and ceiling arrangements equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs or shifts from table to table with graceful leaps. What are you thinking? Asked Maurice, noticing you staring into the gimbal. How weird the place is. Maurice glances around, as if for the first time. Yeah, Bliss never gets used to coming here. Oh, we got ads. Okay, that's unfortunate. I'll wait. Honestly, I'd leave it for the stars in a heartbeat. Maybe I'm wrong, but deciding to be lawbound, while just in reach of the stars feels cruel. But Rand, we are among the stars. Like, we are here because we made that choice in the first place. We escaped from like a corporate world that had us like pretty much slave workers. We escaped for the stars, and this is where we ended up. So this is where reaching for the stars in this world gets you, essentially. You never know where you end up. And please don't tell me to use uBlock, because I do and it doesn't work. That is unfortunate. I don't know which one you're using. Mine seems to be working still, but oh well. Would you be able to show us the alternative ending? I don't think that is an option at this point. This game doesn't have a save system where you can go back. This game very much wants you to stick with the decisions you make. And I have made some mistakes in past, especially with Ankita. Like, I really liked Ankita as a character, but oh man, I fucked up with questline so bad. So I'm not surprised that she was so negative when we talked to her. So wait, was that not the ending? Oh no, it wasn't. Like just like with the Grove ending, where I got to choose to join the hive mind or reject it. That also gave me credits, and since I chose an ending that allowed me to remain on the eye, it just allows me to keep playing. And like I said, I still have the final chapter of the post-game content to finish, so I'm gonna do that. But there's also the side reel, so I wanna do that one too. Not really. I think this is more like a liminal space, more like an airport. I heard people say that multiple blocks work well together. Generally, if a space station doesn't count as among the stars, what does? I'm confused. I is the EP. Like, this isn't like some checkpoint that ships go to. This is its own place, its own city-state. Like, the corporations have abandoned it. They don't want anything to do with it anymore. This is as remote as you can get, actually. Okay, Moritz glances around as if for the first time. Yeah, Bliss never got used to coming here. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. So, Sleeper, you sticking around? If you'll have me. I have things to take care of. Not sure. Moritz nods. No pressure. Moritz rubs the back of his head. One cycle at a time. That's how we'll take it. Nice and easy. You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or to you. We'll make it. He lifts his drink for a toast. The next, he pronounces, and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way back home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere, among those points of light. To the next cycle. Yay! Bliss's Bay. Component repair. Knife! Holy shit, 20 Creo? This is a great... Okay, this is a great reward. I've got pretty much the most lucrative job right now. Nice. 20 Creo per dice roll. That is crazy. That's like 5 dice rolls are enough to get me 100 Creo. That is sick. Anyway, time to wait for the side reel. Self-repair. Oh no, not self-repair. Jesus, what am I doing? Sunbait. End the cycle. Anyway, if the PC decides to stay on the station forever, I don't see that as a bad ending. They'd be happy at least some of the time. They'd have other people. They're not badly hurt or sick, for as long as that holds out. That's as good as many or most through history have had it. In movement, seeing it's like not too dissimilar to a planet to me. People are voyaging, some seeing other planets, and you're stuck in a fixed point. Better than many of most through history that have had it, even. Yes, it's entirely my own perception, I guess. I think you would either come to a different conclusion or refine your conclusion if you had played the game yourself, because the choices in this game very much put things that you have done over the countless cycles into perspective. Like, you spend a long time on this station. You familiarize yourself with it, and you live with your choices. Maybe if you've made bad choices, you would want to leave this place. But I haven't made too many bad choices. In fact, the one bad choice I made just left on that ship. So yeah, like I'm kind of thriving right now. Vek vek vok vok vuk vuk. They'd even have enough unknowns to hope things would get better instead of worse. Okay. Gotta wait 2 more cycles, so let's see if there's anything I can do. Minji Express. Give me some energy, sir. Okay. Actually, let's go make that money. Get that money, get that money. Get that money, get that motherfucking money. Neutral outcome. Positive outcome. Six-sided die, nice. And let's leave the final die for some sunbathing. Oh, dang it! I didn't spend the die. Oh well. That's on me. Finis is a bad choice turned cutie. Aww. Okay. Right, 1 more cycle. So let's get some food. Nice, I'm fully fed. Let's do some deliveries, I guess. And... Alright, I can gamble here. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it! Nah, never mind. I got. See, guys, gambling pays off. In video game, with no stakes. Neutral outcome. Okay. And now we take 1 more nap, and that'll probably be it. I imagine that the way this is going to go is that Lamb is going to tell me that he didn't win the lottery, the draw. Yeah, Lemon Mina. He'll tell me that he didn't get the draw, which means that I'm gonna need to give my ticket to him. No stakes, but steak is delicious. Wow, they actually moved the ship like this. That is so cool. I love how the map changes depending on how things are going. Lemon Mina. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you have worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowds fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He suddenly raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a smile, unaware of the tension. "Bye," she shouts, reaching out to you. "Hi, Mina." Hug her. Yes, I'm gonna hug her. She is adorable. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite a turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. They'll manage them. Lem looks around nervously. I should hope so. This is Ashen Enghard of the Celis Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance and shouts off. Quiet! Rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Senator Celis for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the smallest display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sandrev wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment and belief in Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals there, especially among the ranks of the venerable Heavenage Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the foundation of new, decentralized social structure. One where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You're all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry, in cryosleep, to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative, bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Cedrus Celis herself. Freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Heavenage Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through the interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it! This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the station, and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of this station are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting for this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You have never heard of these terms mentioned before. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you are people speaking in tones, like a rising wave. Hey, nymph! Oh my god! Welcome! Oh my gosh, hi! How you doing? Welcome, Raiders! It's so glad to have you here. Road trip! Oh my gosh, yes! Let me give y'all that thing you need. Hey, shut up. Triptanium. Got it right this time. Everybody go follow Nymph. They're awesome. Yes. And yeah, like I said, well, not like I said, but yeah, so yeah, welcome, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Finn, or Finis, or probably Finis von Kreuz, but everybody just calls me Finn. I am a variety VTuber, and today we are playing more Citizen Sleeper. It is a sci-fi space RPG, heavily story-based narrative game with dice rolls and lots of reading. We are in the very late stages of the end game, so if you guys would like to not be spoiled, I suggest that you click off. However, if you guys do feel like staying or lurking, you are more than free to do so. As long as you respect others and yourselves, you are welcome to be here anytime. If you also need to raid and dash, that is also completely fine. Congrats on the second, Ozeka. There's your meow. Did you enjoy it? No, you're awesome. No, you. Stop looking in the mirror. Another meow, of course, as you wish. Alrighty. That being said, we are in like a pretty story-heavy scene right now. I'm guessing there's something sad about to happen, so... so yeah. I'll be chilling in the back. That is totally fine, feel free to. I know that after a stream you need your snacks and your drinks and stuff, so feel free to just chill and to cozy on up in here. You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Esther starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what has happened. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now. As the shouts start. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Cabinet security stood on either side, scared, arguing over themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Thank you for the water, Redeem. Today's drink of choice is water, straight from the tap, with ice cubes that have long since melted. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. Look, Lem, it's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly, and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffle emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away. The sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffing into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you, too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Drive failed? Wait, what was there a way to win the drive? Was there a way to, I don't know, avert this damn crisis? What the fuck? No active drives. So what, is that it? Sidereal horizon. 3 more cycles, it'll leave. This is still a process that will happen. Is there something that can still happen at the end of it? Lem and Mina's unit. Lem's out. There's a note on the door of the unit. Sleeper, come to find work. Gone to find work, Lem. Well, this quest isn't over, that's for sure. Oh man. Motherfuckers, I should have known better than to trust some corporate overlords. Man, and I thought I knew how this was going to go. I thought, like, we were going to get a ticket, but Lem wouldn't. And, like, the thing would be that we would have to give up our tickets for him. or we would just go on the ship ourselves. Huh. Cavendish headquarters. Nope, nothing I can do here. Oh, those a-holes. Never trust corporates. Never trust corporates. Told you it was still a corporate space station. Called it. No, these guys, this is literally, this is an outsourced project. The dudes, Celis or whatever they're called, they literally don't even have a headquarters on the station. It is all managed by Heavage. It's a collaboration with Heavage. And yeah, they screwed us. They screwed the station. They screwed Heavage. But like, look, I'll be real. I never even wanted that ticket. Like, I don't want to leave on this ship. There's still other stuff I want to do. Anyway, I'm full on energy. I guess we can go up and make some money in the bay. Scrooge McFuck. McFuckin'. But yeah, that is, I think that is literally the first ever time I have failed a drive. But like, I don't think there's literally anything I could have done differently. Unless there was a way to like find out about the registration numbers and expose the corporation. Anyway, let's end the cycle. Lalafin is too cute. No, you! No, you! You're the cute one. Don't you dare call me cute when you're here. Okay, 2 more cycles, and we'll see what happened to Lemon Mina. I hope it'll be okay. Meanwhile, here I can get some mushrooms to regrow the growth. Six dye here, another 6 dye here, and I can grow some more stuff. I may have enough capsules now, but there's never a reason not to stock up, especially when it's a renewable resource. Like, I can grow as many as I want. Hell, I could sell them to other sleepers. Or just give them to other sleepers. If we meet any. Better solution. Everyone here is cute. Except me, it's fine. I've accepted it. No, it's not. You are the cutest. You are literally the cutest person I know. And I'm not even kidding. You're the cutest person in several servers that we are both in. I got an Aurora Bunnyalice gift sub for... Oh, gift sub for you. Oh, gift sub. Ooh. Mods are the cutest. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Mods are the cutest. And Rand just so happens to be a mod. Huh, what a coincidence. Okay, right, nowhere else to spend the dye, actually. Actually, let's spend them here. Work assignment. Holy shit, look at the amount of Frio I have. I have half 1,000. Wow. Didn't know it was possible to have that much. Okay, time for another nap. Would you play Space Engineers with Finn and I? Space Engineers... I don't know if I would like to play that co-op, because it is a very complex game. I would like to play it with people who quite honestly have no idea what the fuck they're doing. I am not interested in like metastructures and stuff like that because I've seen some insane stuff that people have been making, and no, I'm not. I'm not about that. I just want to make a silly little ship, crash it into a few asteroids, and I don't know. That would be enough for me. Wait, one more cycle before I know what's up with Lem and Mina. And one more cycle until the sidereal horizon is gone. I wonder if they could sneak into it, like stowaways. Actually, I can spend my rolls working at the bar. At Talon's bar. What's up, Talon? And I'm full on energy, nice. Okay. Ooh, there's one thing I haven't done in ages. I can feed the kitty! Take it, you precious little cat. The stray scrunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you pet them, sometimes not. It is a cat, after all. And I understand because I am a cat as well. And we are selfish little freaks. Okay, time to check up on them. Lemon Mina. Aw, she's alone. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door open and find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, Robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you? Bun Bun is sad, says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement. Like Daddy. You look around the unit. It is a mess, dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by a bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Tidy up. You stop at the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you? He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops the bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Is everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too? I wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now is not a good time. I know, but I want to help. Help? Unless you have a sidereal ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much help to do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. It turns out only long-time Heavenage members were issued those silly ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. They're going to say they didn't know that was what they were going to use those for and make the draw. And who knows, maybe Silas pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yard for a hand-to-hand, hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else? He slams his hand down on the sofa. So, well, these are terrible options. These are terrible options. I mean, obviously obviously Series fucked everyone over. So I'm obviously not going to question that. And I'm also not going to Dude is having a moment of weakness. He is not considering quitting. That can be it. Well, it is. He looks at the open door again. They are moving the schedule up to the hub now, you know, he says, without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart now. They are bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there, in microgravity, before loading the crew. We could steal a ticket? Maybe sneak aboard? You think they're just going to let people on board? Security they'll have has to be impossible. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little more time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip, is all. Mina comes over and climbs onto his lap. He smiles. What have I got you on board? I miss you these past few cycles. I miss that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you wanna go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here. And I'm sure the sidewalk will bring in a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. If you find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there? Ask me. But for now, me and Meanie here are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way. For us all. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs her hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you are out, back in the hallways of the Lowood, already thinking of plans to make this right. Yeah, I'm not gonna leave my bum hanging. Oh, it's gone. well, that sucks. It's a bit late to do anything. Well, the side roll is already gone. Ah, man. Yeah, I don't even have a drive or anything. Cabinet offices. Nothing here. Dock C. Dock B. Okay, let's try going up. Ooh. It's up here. I see, it hasn't left yet. It's only at the center of the station. Side road dock. Side road Horizon departure terminal. Away on board. The side rail is being loaded and prepped. Among all the commotion, is it possible to find a way on board? A way on board. You hope against all hope that there is a chink in the side rail Horizon's vast armor. And I don't trust these dice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just need not six. I just need 3 big successes. 3 big successes. That's all I need. Jackpot! Yeah, those dice will do. Don't you worry, buddy. I'm getting you guys off this rock. You watch the loading bay crews going back and forth, noting their paths and entryways. Could this work? Continue. House door! Oh my gosh, hey buddy! I knew it was going to be relevant again. Worthy achievement, isn't she? Cedrus Sellers must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately, and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor! I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Talva a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Night-night, Finis. I'm passing out. Alright, good night, Pie. Bye-bye. Have a nice night. Me. Castor walks out. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies the slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Heavener shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know, he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Sealers are too used to the way things work at the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out the side. You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye? Money. Or control? Money. That was part of it, perhaps. But there are cheaper shipyards. He stares at the pristine yellow hull. Sealers built it here because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. And secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Sealers wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, you can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need wherever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the side wheel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Silas' grand project through you. In short, Castor says, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I am going to need you to help me. Who are you? I am a concerned party, someone who likes to know what is happening and when it is happening, not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem. That can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too. Fuck. Shit. I can't though. I've got to deal with the flux. Oh man. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the side wheel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you onto that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there is a Sealess Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Kessler looks over his glasses at you. Sealers aren't stupid though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their air vault servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit and we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you, and the little one. So cute. You don't extract the data before the Sidereal Horizon leaves the hub, then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. Be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Silas, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Caster glances around as if to emphasize this point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Caster marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the Sidereal Horizon and the part it may play in your future. Oh, fuck. Escape on the Sidereal. Kessler has offered you a second chance. If you cooperate, perhaps you could be leaving on the Sidereal Horizon after all. But I don't want to leave. I just want to get Lem onto the ship. Oh man. Sidereal departure. In several cycles, the Sidereal Horizon will set out. You will either be on board, or you will not. I'm off to write a paragraph of CC. You do that. I hope it goes well. Best of luck to you. Oh, here's the ship you talked about. The Silas ship. Silas administration. Silas infiltration. Silas lockdown. If security gets wise to the potential breach, the Silas ship will go into lockdown for several cycles. Patrol pattern security information. Server room locations. You need to case this place bit by bit. Bluff past security. Observe and explore. This will either lock the ship down completely or get me in. 50% chance. Do I do it now or do I sleep? You have a good sesh. Thank you, you too. Okay, gonna have to take a nap. Running out of dice too. Unlike the Ankita ending, this one is a drive, which means that it gives me a skill point. So it wouldn't give me a skill point if it literally doesn't even let me make the choice to stay behind, you know? Silas infiltration, Silas lockdown. $100%. Yeah. Boom shakalaka. You convince the guards to help you look for your ID inside the ship before you remember you left it at home. Oh, now I need to actually do the thing. Really? Number 1 die is the thing I gotta do this with? You're in. Maybe if you do this right, you might be able to pull something more than just IDs. Ooh. Okay, in that case, I better take a nap. There were like 6 cycles of time, so let me do that. Do you really want to stay here and leave your friends behind, Sag? It's less that and more that I want to complete the purge chapter, which explicitly told me that I will not be able to return to the base game if I do it. And the way I interpret that is that something is going to happen to the station. So I'm gonna want my favorite characters to be off the station when it happens. Okay, end cycle. Like at the end of the day, I am doing this for them. Okay. Time to do this. Time to skibidi on that cat. 100% positive, let's go! Also got some Creo. You find the data, but sitting right beside it is a cache of Creo. You think, too easy. Is that the only bonus? I thought like the bonus was going to be something more special. Oh well. Here it is, Castor. Curious data fans. Oh, okay. Let's see. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, Castor is already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry, the breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. Sleek and white hand terminal. What is that? Something I acquired from Celis while you were busy with that ship. Castor pushes up his glasses. I haven't been waiting for you the entire time. You hand over a drive with the data and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours, but first, he holds out the white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square and you rest it on your palm. A small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain, a flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the hallway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry. It has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you on the sidereal horizon. Well, I didn't agree to this. You did, Sleeper. Castor adjusts his glasses. You have to understand that I could have done this without you knowing. This way, everything is on the table, so to speak. I don't like his attitude. I thought you were a cool dude. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go, give them the good news. He reaches across and buzzes the unit. Len slides open the door, half dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. Oh, motherfucker. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. Sit. You sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? Play for time. Why would I play for time? I'm just telling straight up. I thought you were a cool dude, says the guy who poised to betray Castor to have all the benefits and none of the costs. I didn't say I want to betray him. I said I was going to look for an alternative. You have some news. Out with it then, Rem laughs. Rethink things. Rethink things? Why? Why do you hesitate? Okay, maybe it'll tell me. Maybe it'll like lay out all of the problems. Rethink things. You look around the unit. You look at Lem. He looks better, softer, more full of life. It's as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. You think of Mina, a few units down, learning with other children. You falter. Is the Sidral horizon better than this? Len starts to look a little nervous. You in trouble? Debt? Huh. Well, shit, I think about this. I mean, you want the benefits of getting Castor's help without doing the one thing he's asking from you in exchange. Sounds like betraying to me. Not if I find a way for everybody to get their cake. Okay, but yeah, this is a different dilemma. Like, this does put things into perspective, because he was so dead set on getting onto the side route, onto getting that ticket, but now that that's no longer like a factor, Lem has actually focused on other things. And he's no longer drowning. He doesn't look like he's drowning anyway. He does look better. Fuck, what do I do? Oh shit. What do you think, Chad? Do you think Lem and Mina are better off on the ship or here? Because I legit did not expect him to like pick himself up again. Oh man. And yeah, of course, there is the added weight of if I just say like no, nothing, forget it. I am betraying Castor. That is true. At this point, there is no alternative to the deal that I have already committed. I think it's clear what they want to be on board. Huh. You know what? You're right. Like, so it's better to respect their wish. Yeah, and besides, like, it is also their choice. Like, I should not be making this choice for them. I will tell him that I have the IDs, and he can still make the choice to not go. Like, sure, he will probably, like, he will almost most definitely want to go and not consider the fact that he might still be able to build a proper life here, but yeah, I think it is his choice. Plus, if you leave on the ship, you're doing something useful, right? And the cell has IDs for us. You have? Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly, as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean? Yeah? Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have the bag. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have the bag! He turns back to you, smiling. How the hell did you swing this, sleeper? I made the deal. A friend helped. Well, thank your friend. You show him the ID films, and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. You have to tell her together. Sure. You're monitoring a corpus nonsense. You're basically somewhere between a whistleblower and a journalist, and an activist. And that's cool, in my opinion. Yeah, like, this isn't a bad thing I am doing. I'm just kind of sad about, like, the people I would be leaving behind, because Lem is my only friend here. There's Tala, there's Rico, there's Navigator, although I haven't seen him in a while. There's Fang, and there's the flotilla that I still have to deal with. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot! She shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes, and she looks confused. We are going after all, Minnie. He lifts her up out above her head. On a big, beautiful ship. Mina screams and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, Robot. She laughs quietly, so only you can hear. And that's cool in my opinion. I love you too. And a while later, you leave. You don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So you keep walking, back to the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared, all at once. Okay, so I actually have to go and do it. Side rail dock. Side rail departure. 0 cycles, the side rail horizon will set out. You will either be on board or not. Escape on the side rail. Wait for preparations to be complete. Oh, okay, so I do have to just wait for this. That's cool in my opinion. Okay, so I have an idea. They have their passes. They show up, there's going to be no question. They just show the passes, the station will let them through. Regardless of whether I will be there or not. And of course, if I didn't show up, that would be an asshole thing of me to do. That would be stupid. Not only would that betray Castor, but also Lem and Mina would probably like go looking for me until the last moment. They would probably try to find me before they actually step on board. But what if something happened to me? Like, let's say another wave of the flux hits the station because I just so happen to start the next chapter, which locks off all of the other objectives. Of course, my character doesn't know that's what's going on. He's not omnipotent like I am. And maybe Caster has a countermeasure to note their passes are fake. But why would he do that? That would be unfathomably petty. Besides, it's not like he would know in advance that I'm not there. Like I said, this isn't me actively choosing to not be there. This is me just shifting the universe in an uncomfortable way. Honestly, I think you should come on board, do it. He does. The cube, remember? He knows about my physical location, but if he sees that I am on the flotilla, and the flotilla, I don't know, explodes or something, he's not gonna think that motherfucker. He's gonna think, oh shit, what happened? Is he okay? And he's not gonna think about Lemon Mina. Like, why does he give a shit about them? You know? Like I'm saying, my character is not choosing not to show up. I am just shifting the universe to create a circumstance that makes it impossible for me to be there. That is all I'm doing. And I usually don't like to exploit like the causal systems of a video game like this. I know that I am supposed to look at this from the eyes of my character, but it's not my fault the game created such a system where, like, look at this. Warning, final episode. Once you send the data, episode purge, and the final series of events of the eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return and complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you are ready. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Like, the game can't just give me, like, a fucking DLC and then tell me, like, by the way, you can't do this, you can't get the other endings if you do this, and then dangle the endings in front of my nose. You do what you want, but that's the chaotic evil option, in my opinion. All of my benefits, and I'll do what I want, screw everyone else. All of my benefits? I'm doing this for the station, though. But let me fuck everyone else. I am doing this for Lem and Mina. If they weren't a factor, I wouldn't even give a shit about the side wheel. Let's be honest. I wouldn't even give a shit about that ship. This is a crappy situation. I wish the game just allowed me to save right here and then just choose one thing or the other. Wait for the side wheel. Alright, you know what? Let me Google something. Let me Google if I can just do getting an ending, a proper ending is like the end. If I can't just like, I don't know, turn back the clock and do something else. Okay. So, Citizen, Sleeper, ending. Found something. Hmm. Oh, okay. Apparently I can just reload the save. Huh. I didn't realize that. Okay. Well then, okay, let's go see what happens. Let's just get my naps. How many cycles is that going to be? Let me check. Saddle walk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cycles? Really? Whatever. I can make money, I guess. Componente repair. And I can go here to sunbathe and sleep. Okay, and cycle. So yeah, we're just gonna see the real ending. And then we are going to do the flotilla ending. Just to see all of them. And then I would guess I'll be able to like make my decision on what ending I would consider to be canon. Let me get some liquids in me. Oh, we already pressed the 4-hour mark. Oh shit. Okay, maybe I should leave this for tomorrow then. And I didn't even realize it's been 4 hours already. Time flies. Okay. Let me just do one more cycle, I guess. And then we will call it quits. I will also know that the next stream is going to be the definitive ending. And I might even, like, if we, like, finish it prematurely, I will be able to, like, set up another game to play right afterwards. Okay, 3 more cycles. Let's leave that for tomorrow. Well, in that case, our DVD done. Let me pause the game. Get to main menu. And yeah. Alrighty then. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid, shall we? Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, okay. Typicatly is live, and what the hell is she playing? It's just food on her screen. Clay is playing The Adventures of Elliot. If I remember from last time, she was doing endgame stuff, so that might be spoilers. Roxy is playing Monster Hunter. Always an option, I suppose. Okay, no, let's rate let's rate Pat. Or actually, let me see if there's anybody playing Citizens. We do be sleeping on those Citizens. We'll get some alternate perspectives on the choices before us. Sleeper. There's me playing it. Cyber BB. British. But are they a VTuber? No, that is not a VTuber, that is a flesh tuber. Ew, disgusting. Just kidding, just kidding. Is there anybody playing Disco Elysium? One person. Oh, there is a VTuber playing Disco Elysium. Let us see. Chirp. Loud librarian VTuber. They're their tags. Shouldn't I be able to see their tags? Maybe it's on the stream itself. VTuber English, mature language. Good enough for me. Chirp. Yeah, let's rate them. Rate, sure. Oh, did I write that right? Yeah, let me sure. Yep, chirp. If it's streaming for only half an hour, that's good enough. Raid created. They are accepting raids. Nice. My audio. There it is. Okay, that was weird. The audio disappeared for a moment. Let me turn off my mono as well. I don't need that right now. It's only taking up speed. But yeah, thank you all so very much for watching. Thank you for the raid again, Nymph. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, raiders, for being here. Those of you who sticked around, and even those of you who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. And for anybody new here, please consider joining my Discord server, link to which is in my About Me page. Also check out my YouTube channel where I upload past streams, almost all of them, the ones that don't have copyrighted music in them. And yeah, tomorrow we shall finish this game and maybe start Prey Moon Crash. So yeah, thank you again so much for watching. This has been Avalu Finis von Kreutz, and I'm taking my leave. Bye bye.